Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Santa Clara Unified Board of Trustees. Tonight is August 28th, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. We will do roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student trustee Suresh.
Here.
And I am here, so absent is trustee Canova. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening, board. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrá seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by our new student trustee, Natalie Suresh.
Your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you so much. Okay. We'll now have our district mission, vision, and land acknowledgements. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. Graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Everyone had a chance to review the agenda. Are there any changes or omissions?
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Miriam.
Motion and a second. Trustee Ryan is online, so all of our votes tonight will be roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Student trustee Suresh. And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent.
Vote.
Huh?
You didn't mention the student vote.
Yeah, I did.
She did vote.
You
She
voted,
voted.
but you didn't.
Oh, do I have to say it? Oh, and
It's better if you do, but it's
student
not a big deal. I'm sorry.
voting yes. Okay. Student trustee voted yes. Okay. Guidelines and policy for public comment at a board meeting. The board has board policy 1313, which is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. Okay. At this time, we will have public comment on closed agenda items, closed session agendized items. I have slips. So what I will do is I will call up everyone in the order that I have the slips. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You'll come up to the podium and push the button and the light will turn green. And the timer will be right there. And when the timer goes off, it'll beep and that will let you know that your time is up. I'll call up 3 people at a time so that you can line up behind the podium. So first I have Kausar Adanwala. If I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. Yosef Iktish and Dylan Jackson.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Wright. My name is Kausar Adanwala. I'm a social science high school teacher in the district. I'm here today to request an appeal regarding the findings of the most recent UCP complaint filed against me and to request that the district revise these findings. In the few years that I taught at Wilcox High School, I have been singled out with 3 formal complaints, none of which were filed by students in my classroom. The most recent centers on a video of a Holocaust survivor who expressed remorse over the actions of the Israeli government in Gaza. The findings concluded that even though no students reported discomfort, the lesson was, quote, more likely than not discriminatory. This reasoning sets a dangerous precedent, equating criticism of a government with discrimination against a religion or ethnicity. As a history teacher, I took on the responsibility of fostering critical thinking, not to promote personal beliefs. I took on the responsibility of connecting the past with the present so that students could see a pattern of continuity and change. The California content standards specifically direct us to teach about the establishment of Israel and its global significance. The district itself, after October 7th, encouraged staff to create safe spaces for students to discuss current events, which is what I did. I urged the district to reconsider its controversial issues board policy so that teachers are not left guessing what topics are off limits. Without clarity or support, we can't have honest discussions with students, and we leave students unprepared to grapple with the complexities of our world. I also question often, why am I being targeted in this way? Is it because of my hijab or my Muslim identity? I respectfully ask that the findings be rewritten and that I be provided a space to voice my appeal in depth. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Wright. My name is Yusuf and I'm a Wilcox High School graduate. I was Ms. Adenwall's student and I am here to request that her appeal be heard. When I was in her class, she always created a warm and welcoming space for all students. She had a strong relationship with all of her students and we enjoyed her class. Ms. Adenwalla always encouraged us to think critically and form our own opinions in her history class. When she brought up topics like Palestine, Ukraine, Sudan, or Russia, it was never to push an agenda. She gave us historical context and reminded us that our job as students was to analyze evidence and come to our own conclusions. I never felt pressured to agree with her. Instead, I felt challenged to think deeper about history and how it connects to the present. What concerns me is that outside groups who were not in our classroom are now trying to define what we should or shouldn't learn. I can say firsthand that Ms. Adenwalla created a safe, respectful space for all of us. No one in my class felt discriminated against or targeted. We felt trusted as young adults to engage with complex issues. I asked the district to consider the actual impact on students who were in the room instead of speculations from those who weren't. Please support teachers like Ms. Adenwalla who are helping us become thoughtful, informed citizens.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dylan Jackson. I'm a current senior at Wilcox. I was in Miss Adenwalla's U.S. history class last school year, the 2024-25 school year, and I want to share how her class made a difference in my life. In Miss Adenwalla's class, I felt safe every single day. She created an environment where we could ask questions about history and the current world without fear of being judged. She listened to us, respected our opinions, and made sure all of our voices were heard. Even when we discussed difficult or sensitive topics, she never told us what to think. In fact, she encouraged us to think for ourselves and form our own opinions. Ms. Adenwalla is the kind of teacher who cares for her students as people. She checked in on us, made sure we understood, and treated us with kindness and patience. That is why the accusations against her don't match the reality I experienced. I never felt unsafe or disrespected. I felt understood and valued. Our community needs teachers who create safe spaces for students to learn and grow. Please consider what it means to take that away from students like me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Solimar Perez, Dunia Hassan, and Linda Berger on behalf of Jen Height.
Dear School Board and Dr. Wright, my name is Solimar and I also had Miss Aidenwala as my history teacher 2 years ago. To be honest, history was never my favorite subject before her class. I didn't think I was the best at school, and most of the time I just wanted to get by. But Miss Aidenwala made history exciting and fun in a way I hadn't experienced before. She had connected what we were learning to real life events and helped us see why history matters. She used projects, discussions, and examples that actually made sense to us. I found myself wanting to participate and even trying harder on assignments because she believed in me, as other students too. Her enthusiasm made me care about learning, and that's not something every teacher can do. Even though I wasn't the best student, she never made me feel less than anyone else. Instead, she encouraged me and made me feel like my thoughts mattered. That's why it's so unfair that she's being treated like she did something wrong when she was just doing what great teachers do, making learning meaningful. Students like me need teachers like Miss Edenwala. Please support her and let her continue inspiring students who might otherwise give up on themselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Wright. My name is Dunia Hassan. I am of Palestinian Spanish heritage and I teach Spanish at Wilcox High School. I'm also the advisor to the Muslim Student Association Club. From listening to the students in this club and from my own experience, we share the feeling of what not belonging feels like. Throughout my years of advising this club, the students and I have faced multiple instances where we felt that we didn't belong because of our identities. This sparked mine and Kausar's interest in implementing social justice standards in our curriculum, which was a professional development opportunity provided by the district. Kausar and I are deeply committed to students receiving a well-rounded education, and that means including Palestine in the curriculum without being fearful of backlash or complaints. Including Palestinian perspective does not threaten the safety of Jewish students. To the contrary, this is not a zero-sum game, but we are all connected and our safety depends on learning about each other. The pervasive anti-Palestinian bias climate in our district is heard loud and clear. I wonder if she wasn't a visible Muslim teacher, if she would have had a different experience. Our district needs to do better in protecting teachers' rights so that the students receive a well-rounded education. Kausar understood what critical thinking and global citizenship means for our students, which is aligned with the District 2035 vision of a student that is a global citizen. I wonder what steps the district could take so that all the students, including Muslim students, Arab, Palestinian students, see their experiences and history represented in curriculum. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Wright. I'm speaking for Jennifer Height, a social science teacher at Wilcox High School. I was Kausar's induction mentor and colleague when she taught here. During my time of mentoring her, Kausar was always focused on creating equity in her classroom, teaching meaningfully and connecting on a deeper level with her students. She went out of her way to ensure lesson plans were aligned with standards, engaging, and rigorous for her students. The attacks she faced by external groups are not isolated. Ethnic studies teachers like myself also felt the chilling effect of not speaking about controversial topics. The lack of guidance and support on teaching such issues is an urgent matter. Otherwise, we are not putting our students first. We must clarify the board policy and ensure that teachers' academic freedom is not threatened by external political groups.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be George Nisevich, Sarah Smith, and Ian Jackson.
Good evening, board members and district staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I love Santa Clara Unified. I attended Westwood Open, Bookser Middle School and Santa Clara High School. My children attend Peterson and Wilcox. I always joke that I probably would have attended college in the district if that was offered. Some of the most impactful moments of learning I've had in these years are when a teacher of mine fostered the inherent curiosity that I had as a student and other students in the classroom. With them being willing to engage and discuss an idea myself or a classmate had, it maybe wasn't the most on-topic question. I know this concept now is academic freedom. No two students learn in exactly the same manner. When my daughter has a question, I know that relating information to her interest in theater is going to be more impactful than the video game analogy I would use for my son. Teachers have to do this every day. They differentiate instruction like this on the fly and very quickly. We get to know our students and how they learn best, and we engage with them in the most meaningful ways that we possibly can. Creating a safe space for students to discuss uncomfortable topics is not an easy task. Many staff members will dedicate lots of time to doing so in the hope that the time spent will pay dividends and develop the students' ability to explore, learn, and challenge ideas presented to them inside the classroom and out. This is what Counselor Aiden-Walla does. I'll end with my ask. My ask is that you hear this teacher's appeal in closed session tonight and provide staff with training and unambiguous ARs and BPs that provide direction and support for them to do their work. Thank you.
Hello, board and Dr. Wright. My name is Sarah Smith, and I am the History Department Chairperson at Mission Early College High School. I have been a history teacher within the district for 25 years. I'm here to speak on Board Policy 6144. I am deeply concerned that the board policy as it stands right now is so broadly written without specific instruction and codified examples. For example, when I am teaching about the forced migration of African people to the United States and the intrinsic racism of our country as a byproduct of slavery, am I protected by BP and AR 6144? Slavery is a topic in the standards and in board-adopted textbooks, but the assertion that slavery, white supremacy, and racism are actually connected is not. If I quote James Baldwin in a lecture, will that be too controversial? I am particularly disturbed with the administrative regulation in the enumerated guideline number 2, quote, instruction shall be presented in a balanced manner addressing all sides of the issue without bias or prejudice and without promoting any particular point of view, end quote. How do I address all points of view relating to the relationship between American slavery, white supremacy, and racism? Do I present a white supremacist viewpoint? Should I present primary sources detailing the justifications for slavery and why Black people were not considered human? Is that appropriate? What harm will be done to my Black students and their families when I, a white teacher, present a viewpoint of white supremacy within the safe walls of my classroom? Will you help me explain to my students and their families that they can still trust me when I present wildly inappropriate but yet, quote, balanced viewpoints to counter any potential controversy? I implore you as board members to think critically. I ask you to hear the appeal that is before you and to consider that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Without further and specific direction related to what specifically constitutes controversial issues, we will all be open to accusations of hurting and brainwashing our students.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Wright. I'm speaking with you tonight to ask you to hear the appeal of UTSC member Kauser Adenwala. I'm making this request on the grounds that there were several inaccuracies, assumptions, and concerning aspects of the district investigator's determination of findings. The findings state that although no actual student, family, or community member reported feeling uncomfortable about a resource provided to the class, that it was more likely than not that this resource promoted a discriminatory bias towards a particular group. This was one resource in one lesson from an entire year of education in which the investigator has little context to make this determination. It is a concern that theoretical harm can be used to determine the violation of a board policy where no actual harm is deemed to have occurred. It was also alleged that Ms. Adenwala did not have a discussion about the resource specifically, even though it was part of a larger unit where opportunities for discourse were built in. Beyond this, the teacher intentionally created a safe space and had an open door policy for her students to check in with her and regularly conducted student surveys to gauge their feelings. The findings also allege a violation of a version of BP 6144 that was not even in effect at the time the resource was shared. It is concerning that an outside investigator conducting an investigation into board policy violations doesn't know this. How can a member be determined to have violated a policy that was not in effect at the time of the alleged violation? The findings did determine that Ms. Adenwala did not voice her own political or personal belief during the lesson, but by simply providing a resource was seen to have violated the policy. It is clear that this BP needs to be revised further to provide clarity around what is or isn't a controversial issue and what constitutes a nuanced view. When factual evidence is dismissed or complained about because it contradicts an opposing perspective, it becomes impossible for educators to explore anything with their students. Finally, I can tell you that the findings report contains numerous mistakes in relation to the timeline. For these reasons, I'm imploring you to listen to this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Anna Koski, Margie Wysocki, and Maimona Afzal Berta.
Hello, my name is Anna Koski. I'm with CTA. The last time I spoke here was April 2024, when you all voted on the equity framework. And at the time, you praised the EPIC toolkit and the rollout of LGBTQ and ethnic studies curriculum. And I asked you then, if you truly support this work, will you defend the educators who are doing it? There were already pressure groups on our school sidewalks spreading misinformation and saying at district meetings that the equity framework was racist. And now your commitment is being tested. Ms. Adenwala was responding to student questions, connecting history to current events. And many students have questions right now about Israel-Palestine. It's all over the news and social media. When students learning about Kent State or the Constitution ask about Trump's deployment of the National Guard against peaceful protests, what is the proper way to present both sides? How is the potential discomfort of a hypothetical student, an adult, or an organization not even in the classroom more important than the real human beings in history or present day experiencing violence, oppression, or genocide? We should absolutely be vigilant and outspoken against anti-Semitism in the district, but you need to hear the facts of this case before you accept these findings. The district and its educators have a responsibility to respond to student questions. If teachers are punished for improperly presenting controversial issues, the result is silence, and silence hurts students. Students will learn less, fewer facts, fewer perspectives, fewer opportunities to think critically and develop empathy. Instead, students need the district to invest in the kinds of training and resources that will help educators answer their questions. I urge you to approve Ms. Adenwala's request for an appeal at a future board meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Wright. My name is Margie Wysocki. I'm the president of UTSC. As you've heard this evening, students and teachers are very disturbed by complaints being filed against them and CPRA requests being made for their lessons and syllabi. This has always been a part of education, we know, but the sudden and significant increase is alarming. Tonight, with the request for an appeal hearing you'll be considering in closed session, it's been made abundantly clear outside organizations with specific political agendas now have a seat at our table. The complaining organization has no admitted connection to our students, to our families, or to our direct community. To our knowledge, they are not educators. They do not hold teaching credentials, educational master's degrees, or doctorates, nor do they hold administrative credentials. They are neither responsible for teaching our future leaders nor for supporting our next generation as they hone their critical thinking skills. They take no risk when filing these complaints. And since we have not defined what a controversial issue is, the outside groups will. This means the door is wide open. The complaining outside organization is using our board policy against our teachers. They are bending policies meant to support and guide our teachers to support their agenda. When I began exploring this situation, I didn't think outside groups had standing to make complaints against individual teachers, but I was wrong. For me personally, as a teacher in my honored role as the leader of over 1,000 teachers, it's frightening to learn this new piece of information. These groups are painting targets on our teachers' backs, and it's unconscionable that our teacher has been publicly doxxed. If you deny the request for the appeal hearing tonight, it will have a significant chilling effect on our educators. Fearing the board won't support them, teacher curriculum, but they will steer away from engaging students in the rich and meaningful conversations that must be had in our classrooms, especially now when we know historical events are being rewritten every single day. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Maimona Afzal-Berta. I'm a local elected official speaking in my personal capacity as an educator and parent. Several school board members in Santa Clara County have also co-signed this statement to demonstrate their support. We want to express our full support for Ms. Kausar Adenwala and every public school teacher working hard to create safe classrooms. That is also challenging for students to allow them to think critically in these trying times when public education is under attack. The truth is, our students are already facing difficult and complex issues every day on social media and in the news and in their daily life. We cannot afford to shy away from these conversations in the classroom. Teachers must be trusted and supported to guide students through real-world topics, not censored for doing their jobs. When we avoid difficult subjects just because they may make some people uncomfortable, we are not protecting students. We are denying them a real education. The board's actions around what can and cannot be taught may set a dangerous precedence for academic freedom. Let us not forget that Ms. Adenwala is a trained professional and educational expert. No students or parents in her class reported harm or discomfort. The lesson in question was taken out of context, stripped from the structures and supports she puts in place to make sure it's a safe and thoughtful environment. Santa Clara Unified's controversial issue policy is currently flawed. It asks teachers to include alternative viewpoints on every topic, but not all topics have two sides that should be shared with students. Would we demand both sides be taught about the historical treatment of African Americans, Native Americans, Chinese or Japanese Americans? It would be outrageous and offensive. We are asking the board to apply these policies fairly and wisely. Her students were not harmed, her classroom is safe, and students have a right to learn about the world without fear, censorship, and intimidation. Thank you.
Thank you. My last slip is for Sean Allen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Allen. I am the president of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP. I'm speaking today not only for Ms. Adenwala, but also for every educator who has faced the challenge of teaching difficult truths in the classroom. The NAACP has long advocated for the rights of communities to access their complete history, not just a sanitized version. From slavery and Jim Crow to apartheid in South Africa and the fight for voting rights, there have always been voices claiming these topics are too controversial to teach. Yet, we understand the dangers of silence. Minimizing or erasing the past robs our students of the ability to recognize and address injustices in the present. This is why we are profoundly concerned about the chilling effect of the complaints against Ms. Adewale. She adhered to the state standards and district policies, yet she has been singled out for addressing a complex issue. Allowing this targeting to continue sends a troubling message to all teachers. Steer clear of controversy, avoid tough questions, and don't connect the past to the present. The consequence? A generation of students unprepared to grasp the ongoing struggles for freedom and equity in our democracy. We cannot permit outside groups who have no ties to our students or classrooms to dictate what history is deemed safe to teach. Doing so undermines academic freedom and civil rights legacies that public education is meant to uphold. On behalf of the NAACP, I urge the board to consider the appeal before you. This is not only about Ms. Adewale, it's about affirming that Santa Clara Unified will stand for truth, support our educators, and prepare our youth for the informed leaders they're meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last slip that I have. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item or any other closed session item? Is there anyone in the Zoom?
Good evening. For members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our first commenter is Arman Rizvi. You should be prompted to unmute now.
Good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Arman Rizvi. I am a high school student. I'm a 12th grader, and I'm delivering this comment on behalf of my mother, who wasn't able to make it here tonight. She's been a Bay Area resident for the last 25 years, and she's lived in Santa Clara County, in Palo Alto, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and Milpitas, and we have a lot of family there. Today is August 28th, 70 years since Emmett Till was kidnapped from his great uncle's home, beaten, shot, and drowned. His crime was supposedly whistling at a white woman. His murderers were acquitted of their involvement in crime. They then bragged to the tabloids about kidnapping, torturing, and killing him. The woman in question admitted that he never did whistle at her, but more than 60 years later. In 2022, President Biden signed the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, making lynching a federal crime 60 years later. And in the interim between 1955 and 2025, voices telling the truth about Till's brutal murder was silenced. Anyone who dared talk about it was silenced. Even today, Trump administration is silencing the voices of the marginalized. DEI measures are being rolled back, and Texas is leading the charge in creating sanitized versions of our history that in nationally adopted textbooks. And Florida has the nerve to require teachers to show an alternative view of slavery, where enslaved peoples were treated well and maybe even liked it. That's disgusting. The truth was silenced, just like Ms. Adewale is being silenced by outside groups who aren't even in the classroom and have no stake in the education of our students. We can't fall for this same old, tired routine from a discredited playbook. We need to spread the truth and let justice speak for itself. Please hear out her appeal and let students get back to learning and teachers get back to teaching, not entertaining nonsense complaints. Protect our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. President Lieberman, that was the only comment.
Thank you. Okay. I will now close public comment on closed session items. The board will now move into closed session. In closed session, the board will be addressing the following. B1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, 1 special education claim, student name withheld to protect confidentiality, student number 082825LL2. B2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. B3, consideration to hear appeal of findings of an investigation into a complaint against employee per SCUSD Board Policy 1312.1, Government Code Section 54957B1, 2 cases. B4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, BAJC OCR, and CARE OCR discrimination complaints, Santa Clara Unified School District. B5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, BAJC appeal to California Department of Education, findings of an investigation into a complaint, Laurelwood Multicultural Fair, Board Policy 0410, 1312.1, and 4119.21, 1 item. B6, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F, agency representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official, employee organizations, UTSC, CSCA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B7, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property, Alviso Youth Center, 5040 North First Street, San Jose, California, 95002. Agency negotiator Damon Wright, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official, negotiating party, City of San Jose, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B8, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property, Santa Clara Parents Nursery School, 471 Monroe Street, Santa Clara, California, 95050. Agency negotiator Damon Wright, Superintendent, Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official, negotiating party, Santa Clara Parents Nursery School, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B9, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954.5F, agency representatives Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, Damon Wright, Superintendent, unrepresented employees, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Chief Academic and Innovation Officer, and Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. The board anticipates being in closed session for approximately 2 hours, and we'll update the time if we look like we're going to come back later than that. Thank you.
kids. Yes, I have a daughter, however, a baby. I have one.
You want to become a trendwise. A theory on trendwise is that to come out of this post-COVID era where we still have broken systems, where all of the schooling and domestic load and all the bears all fell onto the woman. Insert this aesthetic that presents the idea that, hey, system's broken, you can opt out of it entirely. You don't have to do it. It's off-grid, it's organic, it's a total distrust of government, Christian ideologies where women are better off becoming servant to husbands. And it basically includes all queer relationships that people know. This idea is the biggest lie out of the entire history. Because a lot of these women are making money. Most of these accounts are monetized. These girls are working, they're content creators. But opting out of the system and becoming a trendwise, or also opting out of retirement savings, financial independence,
obvious to millions of Americans in the entire world. Two people exhausted from the mental gymnastics you have to do, keep defending the unhinged gun culture we have in this country, and pretend that the issue is everything but what is extremely obvious to millions of Americans in the entire world. Mental health issues exist everywhere, but the fact that we've had at least 40 forced shootings this year alone is a uniquely American problem. And let's set aside the fact that people with mental health conditions are much more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators of violence. If the pro-gun at any cost people are so concerned about mental health, why are you not fighting back against this administration's incredible cuts to mental health funding? Like the $1 billion in cuts to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration that Trump has in his 2026 budget. Or Trump's termination of the LGBTQ+ youth-focused suicide and crisis hotline that served 1.2 million. Or, wait for it, how about Trump cutting $1 billion in full mental health grants that were put in place after President Biden signed a gun violence bill where that money was supposed to be allocated to schools hiring more counselors, psychologists, and other mental health staff? Are you voicing your anger and opposition to this administration gutting mental health services for our children since it's about mental health? Or are you just parroting NRA talking points and protecting the gun lobby and our national obsession with guns at the expense of a generation of educators, young parents, and their children? Exhausted from the mental gymnastics.
Check inside this pouch. This baby is moving around, super active. It is law.
Doctors make decisions based upon what's best for their patients or based upon what makes them the most money. It's not a tough question, but we've inherited a healthcare system that constantly pushes doctors toward the latter. It rewards certain treatments, not because they're better for the patient, but because someone profits.
First of all, who's someone here? I'm going to be honest, if my kids said that they wanted to go into medicine someday, I would recommend against it. We're coming up in this world where people like RFK Jr. are implying that the system rewards doctors for choosing money. Let's be crystal clear. It's not the doctors. It's the insurance companies and the massive hospital systems that actually set the rules. Them and CMS deciding what should get reimbursed, which, by the way, is less and less every single year. And every single year, when those reimbursement rates go down, the liability that doctors take on doesn't go down. The complexity of surgeries, procedures doesn't go down. The support for these doctors does not improve when you're working in a short-staffed system and under that immense amount of pressure. What happens? Well, I'll tell you, the administrators' profits go up. Doctors aren't rewarded for choosing money. We're punished for trying to put patients first. We're given less and less time, more and more quotas. We're treated as warm bodies, turning patients through with machines. Right? And I'm in an amazing job as a direct primary care doc, but I see what my colleagues are going through in the system, and I honestly worry about.
Okay, we are back from closed session. So I'd like to start with our introduction of our interpreter, please.
I hate to interrupt. I just got a note that Trustee Ryan's screen is being shared on YouTube.
Oh,
Oh. Okay. All right. Sorry.
oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now we will have the introduction of our interpreter.
Good evening, board. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo somos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Si desean escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor, seleccionen el idioma de español en el menú de abajo y ahí también podrán silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you. I will lower my hand.
Thank you. Now we'll have a report from closed session. Item B1, a majority of the board in closed session voted to approve a compromise agreement with parents to resolve potential and threatened claims against the district in the amount not to exceed $128,350. Motion by Board Member Fairchild and seconded by Board Member Rotterman. Roll call vote passed by a vote of 7-0. Jim Canova voted yes. Vicky Fairchild voted yes. Jody Muirhead voted yes. Andy Ratterman voted yes. Michelle Ryan voted yes. Kathy Watanabe voted yes. And I voted yes. Item B2, the board received information. Item B3, the board received information and took action. In closed session, the board considered the appeal of a complaint filed by former employee Doe pursuant to Administrative Regulation 1312.1. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Fairchild and seconded by Board Member Rotterman, the board took action to uphold the superintendent designee's decision on the complaint and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate notices. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Jim Canova, Jody Muirhead, Andy Rotterman, Kathy Watanabe, Michelle Ryan, Vicky Fairchild, Bonnie Lieberman. There were no nays. In closed session, the board considered the appeal of a complaint filed by employee 9885 pursuant to Administrative Regulation 1312.1. In closed session, on a motion by Board Member Fairchild and seconded by Board Member Lieberman, the board took action to conduct the appeal hearing during an appropriately noticed board meeting, the date of which is to be determined. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Jim Canova, Michelle Ryan, Kathy Watanabe, Andy Rotterman, Vicky Fairchild, Bonnie Lieberman. Nays, Jody Muirhead. Item B4, the board received information. Item B5, the board received information. Item B6, the board received information and gave direction. Item B7, the board received information and gave direction. Item B8, the board received information and gave direction. And item B9, the board received information and gave direction. Now we'll move to our report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. On Monday, Dr. Knable, who is our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and I
we had an opportunity to walk campuses. We're over at Hughes Elementary School. Really enjoyed our time. It was clear that our teachers invested a lot of time in establishing classroom norms and walking around classrooms, watching our students. They were on task, they were engaged, and they really understood the routines. And it was really great to see so early in the year, even our TCARES. And I look forward to returning later in the year, observing our teachers delve deeper into the curriculum and watching our students excel. Had some celebrations since our last board meeting, had the opportunity to attend two outstanding celebrations, Ponderosa's 60-year anniversary celebration and our beam signing event that was at Laurelwood just yesterday. So congratulations to the staff, students, and community and the city of Sunnyvale and in our district. I attended back to school night at Don Calajan. I want to thank Principal Alberts and staff for really connecting with our parent community, articulating student expectations, and really forging that partnership between school and home. Had an outstanding event. This afternoon, I had the opportunity to meet with the Alviso Foundation, and I'm looking forward to attending the car show on Saturday, which benefits the Santa Visits Alviso Foundation, which provides scholarships and toys for local children. I'm also excited to officially launch our listening and learning community input session on September 4th, which will take place at Santa Clara High School at 6 p.m. And lastly, I want to conclude my presentation by expressing my deepest sadness and condolences to the families impacted by that seamless act of violence in Minnesota. My thoughts are with the community as they heal together. As these acts become more frequent in our nation, I reject the notion of normalizing violence and remain committed to working towards a goal where all schools become safe zones where students, staff, and community can assemble, learn, and grow without fear. And that concludes my report. It is my honor at this time to welcome our new student trustee, Natalie Suresh. Saraf.
Thank you to the board, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell for having me. It is such an honor and privilege to be speaking here today. I am a current junior at Santa Clara High School. Oh, there we go. I'm a current junior at Santa Clara High School and the current ASB Student Senate at SCHS, and also recently got elected as the student trustee. So I'm super excited to be working with you all. In school, I am also involved in several clubs, sports, and the STEM program for over 5 years now. Today, I wanted to talk about a few topics, events that happened in August, sports Santa Clara High School offers in the fall, and future events that we are currently planning. Next slide. So although it was just the first month of school, we were able to host many successful events in August. To kick off the school year, we invited our incoming freshmen to freshman orientation with the help of our Link crew, which was a combination of seniors and juniors who put together fun games and gave them a taste of what high school is like. On the first day, we had Senior Sunrise, where seniors were able to come and hang out and watch the sunrise together, and that was also pretty successful. On the second week, we launched Welcome Week with games and music in the quad and fun spirit days. Like on Monday was Beach Day, Tuesday, Pajama Day, Wednesday, Sports Day, Thursday, Twin Day, and Friday, Bruin Unity Day. And on the last day of Welcome Week, we had our welcome rally filled with games, performances with our cheer team, and of course, our famous alma mater sung by Mr. Butler. Now I want to talk about the fall sports that Santa Clara High School has to offer. Santa Clara has 8 sports. First, girls field hockey. Girls volleyball just had their first tournament. Girls tennis. Girls flag football, they also won CCS last year. Boys football, their first game is tomorrow. And water polo. Girls golf and cross country. So we have many future events that we are planning at Santa Clara High School. First being tomorrow, actually, with Friday Night Lights, where we where football games, spirit squad, and marching band all show off their talent and we cheer them on. On September 12th, we are also hosting our annual Club Rush, where over 80 clubs at Santa Clara High come together with booths to try to get more people involved in their clubs. And last but not least, we have our homecoming, which is easily our biggest event of the year. This year, leadership decided on the theme of mobile games. And so freshmen are Among Us, sophomores are Plants vs. Zombies, us juniors are Angry Birds, and seniors are Subway Surfers. And these pictures are just a few examples of last year's floats. So yeah, we're super excited. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions for our new trustee?
The dates for homecoming? I don't think, wait, I don't think we have, yeah, I don't think I have that on the top of my mind, but I can get back to you on that. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to our reports from our union presidents. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening again, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee Suresh, welcome. Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell, I'm pleased to share that we're hearing very positive reports from our teachers about this year's back to school night. The students are excited, the families are excited, and our teachers are happy to focus on their classrooms. With regard to Yonder, we continue to hear very positive comments from our secondary teachers about how calm their campuses are. Students are actually talking to one another during their breaks while others play card games and board games with each other. The first 15 days of school are always stressful time as enrollment numbers are finalized. It's important for everyone to remember that in the spring, last year, in the spring, staffing is based on projected student enrollment for the following year, who we think is going to come back after receiving completed intents to return. Based on those projections, the transfer process begins for teachers. In the fall, however, staffing and transfers are based on actual students in seats. This fall, we had a significant drop in our numbers, a significant number. This change has resulted in transfers and staffing changes during our first 15 days. Being told that you're being moved from your site after you've connected with your students is tremendously difficult. Having to shuffle students into new class structures is painful. Starting your class over again with a new configuration is challenging, and our teachers worry about losing instructional time for the reset. So as these changes become necessary, we ask that the district be as transparent as possible and kind in their timely communication. The sooner we can let staff know there may be changes, the better. Waiting and waiting and waiting, along with the perceived slight of that late notification, makes a difficult situation worse. I do want to thank the members of the Enrollment Center and the enrollment team, and to those of us in the daily enrollment meetings for the thoughtful decisions we've had to make as a result of declining enrollment. This group advocates for both students and staff. We have important discussions not only about what we're facing right now, but what this process can or should look like moving forward, because we know the data reflects more tough decisions must be made for the 26-27 school year. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the district in a thoughtful manner so that we can authentically enter into these tough conversations and decisions. In the honoring the clock, I'm going to end the report. I do wish you a good evening and again, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Wysocki. Ms. Alpin?
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee, and Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. It was a pleasure to be part of the beam signing for the new Laurelwood School site. It was wonderful to see so many students and families excited and proud of what's ahead of them. Providing state-of-the-art learning opportunities for Santa Clara Unified School District students is something we can all celebrate. I also want to recognize another milestone. Every one of our campus supervisors has earned their SB 390 certification and is ready to provide security at your board meetings. Our team looks forward to working with you. This will be a great opportunity for board members to meet and get to know the classified staff that keep our students, staff, and community sites safe every day. That said, I also need to take a moment to address a serious ongoing issue that I've raised with you before. In February, almost 7 months ago, I learned that paraeducators at the elementary level, working with our moderate to severe students, were not being properly compensated for the level of support they provide. After bringing this forward, I was asked in partnership to take the issue through the reclassification process. We did that, but the process failed to acknowledge the work being done. At that point, CSEA filed a demand to bargain. We thought we were working with the district again to try and create a path forward, one that recognized both one that recognized both on paper and in pay the work that the special ed department already acknowledges is being done. We even proposed a remedy through an MOU, but once again, we were told to push it off to contract negotiations that have not started and tend to continue for several months, again failing to respect or acknowledge the work currently being done every day in the classrooms with our most vulnerable populations of students. Now we find ourselves in an unacceptable situation that the district has created. I'm getting calls from around the district with frustrated members who have been doing this work for years, only to see new employees hired in the very same classrooms since the beginning of 2024-25 school year doing the very same work for 7.5% more. That is not right, and frankly, I don't understand how the district or this board can allow such an inequity to continue. I urge you to take meaningful action, direct the district to come back to the table and settle this. Our paraeducators deserve respect and equal pay for the critical work they do every single day. It's time you show respect for the work. It's unreasonable to ask these paras to wait. Please do the right thing right now.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment on unagendized items. Before we do that, I will read our civility policy. Board Policy 1313 is the board civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. So I'll call up speakers 3 at a time. You can line up behind the podium, press the button, the light will turn green. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will be right there. When the beep happens, that means your time is up. If you don't get a chance to finish your comment, you can email the rest of it to the board. And I think that's it. So I will start by calling our first 3 speakers. Richard Ty, Donna Hamain, and Kathy Bartlett.
Dear Superintendent Wright and Santa Clara School Board of Trustees, I implore you, Dr. Wright and members of the SCUSD Board, please lead with conviction and purpose, not division and distrust. Gustavo Esparza, fifth grade teacher at George Main, deserves to keep his position at Main and not be uprooted, nay, grievously wrenched from his home school to be forced into Scott Lane. It is a school and position which he neither signed up for nor is qualified to serve, though not through any fault of his own. It is not only a disservice to Mr. Esparza, but it is a disservice to the students of the dual immersion class who deserve a dedicated dual immersion trained teacher, a teacher with years of experience, passion, training, and dedication to a student on a dual immersion track. He has been a teacher at Maine for a decade, was born and raised in the Alviso community, went to school at George Main, got a college scholarship through the Santa Visits Alviso organization, which has given over $1 million of scholarships to Maine students. And he has chosen to teach at Maine, the first and only school he has ever taught at. I was pleasantly surprised with the new superintendent's incoming message of hope and change for the district, which I saw could directly impact the students at Maine. He spoke of service to the students, their parents, and the staff of our district. He spoke of a greater call to service to inspire educators to redouble their efforts to help those most in need. It was as if he were talking directly to me. I was doubly shocked to see that Dr. Wright, no, please call me Damon, at Maine on our first day, shaking hands and being the face of a new way of business in our district. Can I have 15 more seconds? Shaking hands and being the face of our new way of
Good evening, Dr. Wright and trustees. I am a very recently retired Maine teacher, and I still hold the Maine community in my heart. I am deeply concerned by the last-minute decision to collapse classes at Maine to fill a dual language immersion vacancy at Scott Lane. My understanding is that Maine student numbers have not changed much since the district used projected numbers last year to determine how many classes Maine should have. What appears to have changed is a last-minute vacancy at Scott Lane that requires a bilingual education teacher, as well as a desire to cut expenses by not hiring a new staff person to fill that position. And what more convenient place is there to look for a Spanish-speaking BCLAD teacher that won't cost more than at Maine, a Title I elementary school with the second largest Latino population in our district? I understand the need to address deficit spending. I also fully understand that Scott Lane deserves to fill their vacancy. What I don't understand is the choice to disadvantage our students by raising class sizes and creating a combo class at Maine, a Title I school, to save one teacher salary, especially after watching our district add so many new admin and non-classroom certificated positions in very recent months and years. What I also don't understand is the choice to take a teacher who grew up in Alviso and attended Maine as a child and came back to teach at the school he loves, to take this teacher against his will from our school after the year has started and his students have already established relationships with him. Please see the pictures that I sent you. Please revisit the decision. Please put meaning behind one of the district's favorite words, equity. Both Scott Lane and Maine, thank you very much.
Good evening, dear trustees and Dr. Wright. My name is Catherine Bartlett. I teach kindergarten at Maine School. I want to express my concern regarding the recent decision to collapse one of our fifth grade classrooms at Maine School due to low enrollment and to reassign the teacher to another site in the district. While I understand the financial pressures our district is facing, I ask you to please reconsider this decision in light of its impact on our students. This group of fifth graders holds a very special place in my heart. I was one of their 2 kindergarten teachers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a time when they were deprived of a typical in-person kindergarten year that is so foundational for social, emotional, and academic growth. Now, as they near the end of their elementary journey, it feels profoundly unfair to disrupt them once again, especially during such a pivotal year. Collapsing a fifth grade classroom and creating combination classes will not only increase class size, but also divide students' attention, limit individualized instruction, and disrupt the strong relationships they have built with their peers and teachers. At a time when we are working to rebuild community and stability for students still recovering from the effects of pandemic-era learning, stability in their classroom is essential. I respectfully suggest that you consider alternative solutions. I recognize the difficulty with the budget decisions that you must be making, but I urge you to consider the human impact behind the numbers. These students, who already started their educational journey under extraordinary circumstances, deserve the consistency of a stable final year in elementary school. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to our students.
Good evening. I'm a really concerned parent at George, Maine. I'm writing to express my deep concern about recent decision to combine the 4th, 5th grade class due to low enrollment and to transfer Mr. Esparza to another school within the district. This decision is unfair to our students who have already established a strong classroom culture and community, and to Mr. Esparza, who has built meaningful, nurturing relationships with his students. My daughter had the privilege of being in Mr. Esparza's 5th grade class last year. My 3rd grader who's at George, Maine, I'm hoping he gets to have Mr. Esparza in 2 years. We live in El Viso. So with that, she truly enjoyed his classroom environment, his personality, his sense of humor, his love for learning, created an engaging and inspiring space for his students. He's an alumni of George, Maine. Mr. Esparza understands our community of El Viso deeply. His presence as a male, specifically a Latino male, educator is incredibly valuable and necessary for the diverse representation for our children that they need to see in leadership and in education. As a district, I really urge you to do better for the students of El Viso. Every spring and summer, we're asked to confirm our children's enrollment through forms, and we complete them, trusting that this data will be used to make informed and timely decisions, knowing that enrollment numbers can fluctuate. It's crucial to plan accordingly. Making such impactful changes 3 weeks into the school year is simply too late and creates a necessary disruption to our kids. Removing Mr. Esparza from our school is not just a staffing decision, it's a loss to our students, our families, and our community. Once a teacher like Mr. Esparza is transferred, the likelihood of his return is uncertain. This is a disservice to our current and future students who would benefit from his dedication, leadership, and cultural relevance. I respectfully ask that Mr. Esparza be reinstated as a 5th grade teacher at George, Maine, so he may continue to support and guide our students to thrive and reach their full academic potential. Thank you so much.
Did you turn in a slip?
I did.
Okay,
I also sent comment via email as well.
Can you just tell me your name so I can?
Is Stephanie Blanco Wills.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, our next 3 speakers are Teresa Hernandez. And Teresa, you turned in 2 slips for 2 different topics, but you get 1 2-minute spot. So if you can combine them, that would be good.
I'm willing to let other people go first. Have to go home.
Oh, okay.
I'm willing to stay.
Okay. Then we'll do.
Young children.
Okay, thank you.
I can wait.
Okay, so then we will do Gustavo Esparza, Maria Kinkin Brock, and Amanda Fernandez.
Push the button that says push.
It's not on.
Good. Okay, sorry. Dear Superintendent Wright and members of the board, I'm writing regarding the recent decision to collapse a class at Main Elementary, a Title I school. While I recognize the complexities of enrollment and staffing, I'm deeply concerned about the impact this decision will have on students and how it aligns with both the district's stated core values and the superintendent's 100-day plan. That plan emphasizes listening, gathering input, and building a system where students and adults can thrive. This decision presents one of the first opportunities for us to provide input, and I feel it's important to share that collapsing a Title I site, a class at a Title I site undermines these goals. Our fifth graders in particular are part of the last group of students whose early education years were disrupted by the pandemic and online learning. They continue to need more support, not less. Increasing class sizes to their maximum limits may resolve an immediate staffing issue, challenge, but it places additional strain on both the students and teachers, making it harder to create those conditions necessary for growth and success. Furthermore, the reassignment of a teacher to a position outside their area of training impacts another Title I school, creating a situation where two groups of vulnerable students are disadvantaged. This does not reflect the values of equity, access, and student success that our district upholds. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this decision and work together with staff, families, and the community to find alternatives that better support students at both sites. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to our students.
New topic. Okay. My name is Kin Brock. I'm a structured literacy dyslexia specialist. I have a son who draws and tells me stories. Here's an Allied plane returning from bombing Germany. Scientists want to know, how do we reinforce the area where there are bullet holes? Wrong question. These were the planes that returned with pilots who survived strafing. What they should do, and they figured that out, is they should reinforce the areas where these planes all planes don't have bullet holes, to bring home more planes with pilots. Reading can look like a natural process. Observational studies of kids reading show what kids are doing when they're figuring out words. And if you think reading is a natural process and you're watching them and you're asking them questions and you notice they think about the story, they try to figure out what makes sense in the sentence, they look at the pictures, they find ways of guessing. If you help readers do that, you are reinforcing the ineffective methods they already use. Now, 10 years ago, I went to visit St. Mary's College. I was interested in reading recovery. It's about time I talked to people about reading recovery, and that story illustrates the beginnings of reading recovery. This story is about, what should lead to the ending of reading recovery. I didn't bring up the picture of Mr. May, who is at Delaware University, but he did 2 studies. The second study is a little nuanced, but he said, even on the website, even though these early impacts were positive and big, long-term impacts were actually negative, suggesting that kids may be better off if they had never gotten reading recovery at all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Fernandez, and I'm speaking to you today not only as a concerned parent of a student at George Main, but also a president of schools PTA, a role that allows me to hear directly from many families across our community. I want to respectfully voice my opposition to the proposed collapse of the 4th and 5th grade classrooms. I understand that we're facing challenges, whether it's staffing, enrollment, or funding, but merging these 2 grades is not a solution to put our children's development first. As both a parent and an advocate for our families, I've seen firsthand the distinct differences between the 4th and 5th grade students. It's very different stages, emotionally, socially, and academically. What motivates a 5th grader might intimidate a 4th grader. What challenges a 4th grader might bear a 5th grader. Asking one teacher to meet full spectrum to these needs as a single classroom is not just difficult, it's unfair to both the teachers and the students. We also can't ignore the social dynamics this may create. From increased peer pressure to widened behavior gaps, combining these age groups could introduce issues we're not currently equipped to manage well. And that may undermine the positive learning environments that we're working so hard to build. And for what benefit? Only 2 additional new students would be able to enroll in the school. That's a marginal gain that does not justify the long-term impact on our student learning environment. I've spoken with many families and the feedback has been consistent. They're worried that this change is being driven by numbers, not what's best for these children. As PTA president, it is my duty to bring these voices to this room and to urge you to pause and reconsider. Our students only get one chance at these foundational years. Let's make sure they're giving them the structure, support, and attention they need, grade by grade. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
The next 3 speakers are Tara Kaverman Ab. I'm sorry if I totally butchered that. Amate Feder, and Veronica Maciel.
Should be on, right? Okay. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you all. My name is Terry Kaverman. I am also on our PTA at George Main. I've been on the PTA for, this is my 4th year. So I have been able to witness Mr. Esparza with his children over the 4 years. I will be lucky enough, hopefully, to have my 3rd grader in his 5th grade class. Let me go ahead and read off my notes, please. I am also an Aviso resident. I have had all of my 3 children attend George Main, currently my 3rd grader. And I'm on behalf of all the parents that we have spoken with today with this concern and also our community. We are very saddened to hear the recent news of the decision to remove Mr. Esparza from his home and his school. Joining the 2 classes does not solve the issue. We will now have another issue with the size and the children learning at different levels. Please reconsider your decision. You're not only impacting our children, but our community, and we will be at a loss without Mr. Esparza. Thank you for your time.
Oh, no? Okay. Members of the board, I'm here to request that you reconsider consolidating the classroom at George Main Elementary. Our students do not benefit from larger class sizes, especially students from this group that experience learning loss due to the events of the pandemic and are still trying to catch up. Furthermore, 5th grade is a final opportunity to prepare our students for the difficulties and dynamics that come with entering middle school. Creating an environment with less individual support that comes with these larger class sizes right before this important step is detrimental to their growth. I'm an alumni of Santa Clara Unified, and I often had a sense of pride that our district would try to do what was best for its students. This is not one of those times. I implore you to look at our students and teachers, not as numbers, but as individuals that need our support to fully flourish. Our teachers are already stretched thin, and adding more students creates a situation where burnout becomes inevitable, and that impacts everyone. Please reconsider and do what's best for our children, as I know that is your priority as well. Thank you.
Just press the push button. That's good. Oh, my name is Amitai. Okay, sorry about that. So my name is Amitai, and I have 2 kids at George Main, 4th grade and 2nd grade. And I just learned about the change in the school today, and I must say that I'm worried about that, and I kind of don't understand where it's coming from. I tried to ask my daughter how many kids left. There are so many kids left this year that they need to make the change, and it seems like no. It seems like the number are kind of the same. So I'm guessing something has changed. It's not something that changed specifically in the school. But I know that George Main has a lot, as people mentioned, a lot of kids that needs more help. And I do think that classes of 22 kids will get them better opportunity to continue with education later, while moving to the maximum of 29. I don't think it's a great idea for the kids. The strong kids will be strong, but the weak kids, I think they may fall, and it won't help them. And honestly, I think like George Main, I think really create an environment because they have the kids from Alviso, but they have also kids from Sunnyvale and kids from Santa Clara. And doing such changes in the beginning of the school year can create maybe experience that will cause people with Alviso, they will keep going probably to the school, but kids in Alviso, families in Santa Clara, if things like this change, classes will be maximized to 29 and stuff, they may look for other alternative, which I don't think long-term will do well for Alviso School. Thank you.
My last two speakers are Leah Hernandez and Teresa Hernandez.
It's green, push the button. Oh, so I thought. Good evening, my name is Teresa Hernandez. I have been a teacher at George Main for 25 years, and my school career as a teacher is 46 years, 20 years in Southern California. I had the pleasure of having a conversation with our superintendent today, and I have had the pleasure of working with the school board trustees through many, many years, in particular, Mr. Canova for 25 years being our school board trustee for Alviso. Alviso is a very special place, and I'm really glad that our superintendent had visited us. So we were so motivated by your speech, and especially your background as a counselor, and so many of our school board trustees who have PhDs in educational research, that we understand that the whole child is so critical to learning. And so, like you brought your Spider-Man, I have my little props. This is my little alien prop and things like this. This one is because this year we have children who are traumatized, severely traumatized at our school with high SEL needs. And so relationships and trust are so critical to their learning. And so in my soundbite, for those of you who know, Maslow before Bloom. And what that means is you must meet the needs of the child, their health, their safety, their security, before they're prepared to learn academically. And George Main is that type of school. And Mr. Esparza, being an alumni who came up as a student, came back to our community, he understands that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Hernandez, a teacher at George Main Elementary. It is my understanding that if the classes get collapsed at Main, it leaves only 2 open spaces for any new 4th or 5th graders at our school. We almost always get new students to the school throughout the year. So with this plan, it seems that students will ultimately be overloaded to other schools at some point. They will have to get bussed out of their community and be disrupted from their emotionally healthy start in our school district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't have any more slips, but is there's anyone else in the audience that would like to speak before I move to the Zoom. Just want to make sure. Okay. Is there anyone in the Zoom? Thank you.
For the members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our first commenter is Daniela Alvarez.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear? We can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening, board members and district leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Daniela Alvarez, and I am here representing a parent at George Main Elementary who does not speak English, as well as many families in our community who feel unheard. I want to start by recognizing that making staff and enrollment decisions is never easy. But what I am concerned about in this decision, consolidating a classroom at George Main, a school that serves primarily low-income Spanish-speaking community, I know we are only 3 weeks into the school year. These first 3 weeks are critical for our students. It's when they start building relationships with their teachers and classmates, creating routines and finding the stability that will carry them through the year. Disrupting that now, before students have had a chance to settle in, is more damaging than it may seem. Back to school night is coming soon. Many of the students who are being moved will have new teachers who do not know them well. These teachers will be expected to meet families and share plans without fully understanding their students' needs. That's unfair to students, families, and teachers alike. Additionally, teachers receiving these new students will be facing a significant increase in workload and stress without additional compensation or support. This added pressure can contribute to burnout and make it harder for teachers to provide the individual attention that students need to succeed. Most importantly, that isn't just about logistics. It's about fairness. George Main as a community has already faced many barriers, economic challenges, language barriers, and often limited access to information. And now it feels like we are being asked to take the hit again for district-wide decisions. That's not right. Mr. Esparza, a member of our community, embodies what is possible. He came from this very community and is a powerful example of what our children can achieve when given support and stability. Decisions like this threaten the progress we are working towards. There are qualified teachers eager to work in this district if staffing is the issue. Those solutions should be explored instead of disrupting the stability of.
Thank you, Daniela. Please feel free to email the rest of your comments to the board if you would like to. Next, we would like to invite Natalie G. to talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm a parent of a student in George Main Elementary in Alviso. I'm here today because our community is deeply concerned about the reassignment of Mr. Esparza. Mr. Esparza, not just a teacher, he grew up here, he attended George Main as a student, and he returned to give back to the same community that raised him. That kind of commitment is rare and is exactly what our children need. Alviso is an extremely, and I will say extremely underserved community. Our children already face more barriers than most. What they needed most is stability, a strong role model, and teachers who understand them. Mr. Esparza provides all of that. He connects with students in a way that makes them feel respected, capable, and motivated to succeed. The clearest example of this is my son, Johnny, a 5th grader in Mr. Esparza's class. He organized a protest during lunch. I'm sure Mr. Humani, those are the pictures that she sent you guys. He stayed up till 10 p.m. making those posters and was very, very impacted. He also has a 504 plan, and he benefits heavily from being in a classroom that is not overcrowded. Removing Mr. Esparza forces students like him into larger class sizes, which directly harms their learning, focus, and progress. For children who need that extra support and stability, smaller environments aren't optional, they are essential. Reassigning a teacher of his caliber and doing so after the school has already started disrupts learning, breaks trust, and sends the wrong message to a community that already struggles to be heard. We are asking as parents and as community members that you reconsider this reassignment and allow Mr. Esparza to remain at George Main. He is not just filling a teaching position, he is a vital role model and mentor for those who are present directly in this community. Please listen to the voices of the students. They are not telling you what they need. Sorry, they are clearly telling you what and who they need for this rest of their 5th grade school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Our next speaker is Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria Perales. I am a former student there of George Main. All of my children have actually gone to George Main. My last child, Angel, is in Mr. Esparza's class this year. He was so excited to find out that Mr. Esparza was going to be his teacher for his last year there at George Main. And when I found out, I had to explain to him, he literally cried. He cried because that's the teacher he wanted for all the years that he's been there, and he finally got him. And now to find out that he'll be taken away, it's very sad to hear, especially when I know they had open house and they explained about the children's mental health. I think having Mr. Esparza leave is hurting our children and hurting their mental health, because they've already, like other parents have said, they've already built this bond with our children, and now they're going to take him away. I feel that Mr. Esparza is a great asset to George Main. He's been there for many years, and taking him away will just be a very big loss for George Main. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is Mariana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, board members. As a member of our school community, I want you to know how concerning it is to learn that a decision has been made to close down a classroom at a Title I school. This singular decision will negatively impact the teacher being removed, in this case, Mr. Esparza, the students of all classes being affected, as well as the school and community as a whole. It is important to recognize that these types of changes can have long-lasting repercussions that cannot be perceived or understood until time has passed. So this group of children is unique in that they had an interrupted educational experience due to the pandemic. So this compounded with the loss of a truly beloved teacher is antithetical to this district school and mission to, quote, provide supports and opportunities to ensure every student succeeds, focusing on school environment, student engagement, daily attendance, and removing barriers to learning, end quote. Furthermore, it is important to ask whether the teacher being moved, again, Mr. Esparza, is working within their scope of competence. And if not, this is a further disservice to the teacher and all students involved. I urgently ask the board to reconsider the decision to close down a classroom and be mindful of the consequences for all parties involved, especially considering the community the school serves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. President Lieberman, that was the final comment.
Thank you so much. So it is oh. Oh, okay.
Now, just want to, we were just informed that if we collapse the class, we'll be at full capacity and we couldn't actually accept any new students. So any new students that would have come to George Main would actually have to be overloaded to other schools. Just informed of that, so I wanted to make that correction. Thank you.
Okay, so because this was unagendized, the board is unable to, I know, let me finish. We're unable to have discussion or engage in questions, but the board did hear your comments. The only thing that the board can do is direct staff, so I understand trustee Canova has something he would like to say.
And Damon already knows. So my question, because we're not allowed to speak to it directly, I have just a question for Damon. So Teresa indicated that you've already had a conversation. Will there be continued conversations regarding this, or will Jose be having continued conversations about this? It sounds like we've gathered some new information here tonight. So I just want to know if there's some flexibility here in terms of continuing conversations about this decision.
Well, my good evening. The information I provided to Dr. Wright and my forgot the word, the possibilities of the changes were provided by me, looking at the student data, the demographic, the student data, enrollment data, and as of now, it's I gave a timeline to the principal last Wednesday, and so we're following the timeline. Unless there's a direction from you, but other than that, it's kind of a done deal that we will then provide a transfer letter to the teacher, and then the teacher will start, by contract, they have 2 days to prepare the transfer, the change, and then the transfer will basically be effective at the end of this, tomorrow, Friday, and then they will start with the new class at Scott Lane next Friday, on the 5th of September.
Obviously, the board can't speak directly to it, so I will not, but I can certainly talk offline with Damon, and so I will.
So we'll huddle in the morning, we'll have some follow-up conversations, and then we'll give a report back to the board as to where we are.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We appreciate hearing from you. Thank you. Okay, the board will now move on to item G, which is consent items for human resources. Items G1 through G6.
Second, Rotterman.
I have a motion from trustee Muirhead and a second from trustee Rotterman. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. What?
I just wondered if it was clear to some of the people who are new to the board meeting that we could not make an action tonight.
I said.
Okay, you said that, but they just seemed a little, so I was wanting to reiterate it, but they've all left.
Yeah, we can't do anything tonight. Okay, did our student trustee leave? Oh, okay. Then I will cross her off my list of people to ask to vote. Okay, H, I through 15.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Motion in a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Items I1, Resolution 2548, affirming September as Suicide Prevention Month.
Second, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item I2, Resolution 2549, affirming September as Attendance Awareness Month.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item I3, Resolution number 2550, affirming September 15th as the beginning of National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item, Human Resources, item J1, 2025-2026 substitute certificated and classified management salary schedules.
Motion to approve Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item K1, resolution number 2552, delegating authority to administer a contract for construction of the new Laurelwood Elementary School.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Information item L1, report wood turning update. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes. So this report has to do with the wood turning program. We had a unique, low-cost, non-traditional education vocational wood turning program at Santa Clara High that strengthened our CTE construction classes, that provided students with hands-on skills both in class and as extracurricular learning. The program was honored by this board several years ago. We had them all in front of us as an exemplary program. The program has sustained for more than a decade by a vetted volunteer in partnership with local wood turning clubs. That program is now effectively gone. The volunteer is no longer on campus, the equipment's unavailable, and Santa Clara High School students have lost an excellent learning opportunity. The district report cites equipment and financial barriers and says alternatives are being explored, but in practice, the program was canceled with little to no chance of being renewed. In one of the meetings where they went to look for a new facility, they were told there was no money to buy any of the equipment needed to make it work. The students have lost in this process. Without debating individual estimates, it's clear that based on the years of donated instruction, materials and support, scholarships, and community partners that contributed substantially to this program, we have lost something of great value. It saddens me that this program has been viewed with so little value, both by the board and by our bureaucratic system. We should have been able to find a solution that allowed this program to continue. I know I'm probably a minority voice on this, but I feel very strongly that we have failed our students on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rotterman. I wanted to ask a question of Dr. Knebel. It was my understanding from the report that the CTE pathway for our high school students was still in existence. This was only affecting the wood turning club that was on campus for the adult education.
That is correct.
So our high school students are continuing to receive the pathway.
Yes, the
Okay.
construction pathway.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know you answered that honestly, but the wood turning opportunity, there is no wood turning opportunity for any students at Santa Clara High School. That's my understanding. They no longer have an instructor. And the construction classes, both 1 and 2, never had as part of the core curriculum, the wood turning as part of it. That was a supplemental part of it that was offered to them. And so the wood turning piece of this is gone. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was never part of the scope and sequence for the construction class. It was being added in by the volunteer, not by the teacher. And so now we have, we are working with the teacher to strengthen all of the units of the construction program.
Trustee Canova.
No, I just had a question for Andy. I had heard from Tim Towers that some funding had been identified for the equipment. Can you speak to that?
Well, the information that I got, and this is secondhand, so I'm a little, well, it wasn't secondhand, it's firsthand from the actual instructor, that he went out to, and I don't remember the names of the individuals, and it's probably just as well, went out to look at, because they had identified that the possibility of keeping at least the adult education program and a couple of the other programs as extracurricular available by putting new equipment in at Booksir with the wood shop they have there. They went through that, they identified it, there was the equipment, there was a screen that was needed. And then at the end of that process, they said, well, okay, well, how long is it going to take to do it, et cetera? He says, we have no money. We have no money to put this in, so it's not going to happen. Now, I don't know if the true answer was we have no money, but I'm certain our staff can tell us if that's true or not.
Dr. Knavel, is wood turning part of this CTE, the prescribed CTE pathway for high school students?
No, it is not.
Trustee Watanabe.
Lieberman, Director Knavel, so there was equipment that was purchased that was being utilized by the students and in this class with Ray Hari. What is going to happen to that equipment? I mean, is it part of the construction classes, or what is going to happen to it?
At this time, it's still being stored until we can figure all of that out. Some of the equipment, yes, will be used by the students. It was all purchased with CTE funding. So it should be worked back in. We are looking at, there has been more conversation with Mr. Hari since I wrote this report. And he is available to teach a couple of wood turning classes for adult ed. We would need to put some of the equipment over there, and that would mean Mark could probably, I'm sorry, Mr. Shield could probably speak more to this, but there is some technical things that need to be done to be able to transfer anything from CTE money over. That's quite complex. So we're still looking into all of that, but Mr. Hari has also said that he is available to teach in the adult ed Booksir program a couple of evenings a week.
Trustee Fairchild, then Trustee Rotterman.
Thank you. I hadn't planned to speak on this because I felt like we had really exhausted all of the size of this issue. But I was reflecting a little bit, and sorry for waxing personal, about my mother who volunteered for years and years and years, accompanying a choir at an elementary school. And she never expected that by accompanying the choir that she would get access to the choir room whenever she wanted, or the musical instruments. And there was a time where they didn't need her, or things changed. They decided to go maybe from choir to a band. And it is hard as a volunteer, you give so much. But I think some of the issues that we kind of are skirting around is kind of what brought it forward, was we have a club using our facilities, not through Facilitron, not providing insurance, and it's an adult club. And that was part of the issue that brought this forward, that we require those using our facilities to have that appropriate documentation. When my mom was doing all this wonderful volunteerism, she was doing it because she loves music and she loves kids, not because it was going to get her access to a building. And when our volunteers come, I understand they're doing wonderful work, but it doesn't entitle them free access to our facilities. They still need to go through the proper process to use our facilities. It doesn't mean that we don't honor their volunteerism. It just means that we do have this process to use these facilities that have been paid for by all the taxpayers. Thanks.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, and I don't think the issue was ever one of access. He taught every single day of the week with the construction classes, supplementing them. He also worked with them to help to provide safety instruction. No, this is during the day. This is okay. All right, but what I'm getting is during the day, he did that. And in conversations with him, he said, well, I also did the adult education piece, which is what he did at night. And for that, he was paid for that. And that was part of our program. They did gain access through the club, but the club that was there would primarily come in to support things like repairing the equipment, et cetera. Access was a minor issue, and I'm certain, because I've had some conversations with them, that if you don't have access, you don't have access with it. The bigger problem was that the students, the Santa Clara High School students, had an opportunity through two channels to be able to engage in a vocational activity, learning how to use a wood lathe, learning how to do that. It doesn't happen to be in our current CTE curriculum, but they were getting that as a supplement. So whether it should have or shouldn't have, it's no longer available to those students, okay? And at this point, I think this is a dead issue because I don't think there's any way to bring that program back. I've had conversations the last 2 days with the people there, and I'm pretty sure that this thing is dead. So I just wanted to express my concern. I think that when we get these types of things, these are treasures, these are things, there's probably $1 million worth of donation that went into this process. And I can tell you, he does not feel respected, okay, by us. But more importantly, all the students in the future that could have got benefited from this are no longer going to. And it's a unique program. It wouldn't be something we'd create, but it was something that was treasured by the school. The principal loved the program. They raised money for the school and made donations back. I'm out of time, thanks.
One last question, Dr. Knievel. You had indicated in your report that there was an expectation that keys and access materials were going to be turned in. Did that happen?
It's my understanding from Mr. Shelby that the keys were turned in, that Mr. Hari needed to come back one last time to pick up some personal items that were there, but he did receive the keys according to Mr. Shelby.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any public comment on this information item? One?
there's any members in the public attending through Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. You'll be called upon in the order's hand are raised. You'll receive a 2-minute timer on the screen to help you moderate your comment. At the end of your 2 minutes, we will have to move on to the next commenter. When your name's called, you'll be prompted to unmute by Zoom. Our first commenter is Daniela Alvarez.
Hi, yes, sorry, this is my first attending the board meeting. In regards to what I spoke about earlier, the reclassification of the classrooms at George Main. I know this is something
Sorry, I
the
have
board.
to interrupt you because that item has already passed. We're talking about the wood turning item.
So what would be the next steps now going forward for that item?
You will have to email the board superintendent or your school principal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was the only comment.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move to any other comment on unagendized items. Does anybody want to raise anything? Okay, I gotta ask. Okay. So then we will move on to board reports. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes, it's been an extraordinarily busy time. I couldn't possibly cover all of the items. I did get to spend some time today at the club fair at, now I've forgotten the school, Wilcox High School. And it's always refreshing. And then later I got to hear some of our students speak as part of the school's foundation to the Rotary Club. And if you want to see something impressive, these kids are just amazing. That's just the only term I can do it. Of course, yesterday's beam signing was a special event, and I think that's only the second time we've had a beam signing since I've been on the board, which has been a little while. And I'm really excited about the new school. I'm not going to go into all the other details and stuff, but thank you very much.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you. I would like to echo what was referred to earlier as all the excitement at all these back to school nights or days. I was able to attend Briarwood's back to school day, which is fun, and then Bracker's back to school night. And I was also able to go to, I don't know if anyone has ever seen a Apex Fun Run, but that was a lot of fun. It was at Bracker today, and it was really amazing. I'm really grateful that Superintendent Wright was able to come to the Santa Visits Alviso meeting, foundation meeting today. It's going to be another great event. And it's just good to see everyone back and happy. I have to say that with two girls in high school, I should say young ladies, it is intense. So intense. And we are all adjusting to all the loveliness of high school with two girls doing opposite activities. And so if I ever look a little frazzled, just know we have a lot going on. So it's a lot of fun. I'm very grateful to their teachers. They both are so happy. And I'm sorry for being a little personal, but as a parent, when you're sending your kid off to school, you're just hoping they come back with good reports. And both of my girls are just so happy with everything in their lives right now. So I just thank the teachers that they have for being so awesome, and their coaches, and everything. It's just such a relief as a parent to have happy children come home. So thank you.
Trustee Muirhead?
Alrighty, so it is a really fun time of the year with everyone going back to school. I really enjoyed Ponderosa's 60th anniversary. That was a lot of fun, and I was honored to be able to speak at the beam signing for Laurelwood yesterday. Very impactful event. And then I was able to attend back to school nights at both Laurelwood and McDonald. And one of the interesting comments from a McDonald teacher was about the Yonder pouches and how it seems to be working out really well, and the students are talking to each other, which is a pretty interesting comment, that in opposition to, I guess, how they were before, that now they're actually interacting at times where they might not have otherwise. And so that was really good to hear.
Thank you. Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. So if I wish I was still in school so that I could write a report about what you did over the summer. Because I had a very interesting summer, which is why I missed the last board meeting. But I just want to say thank you so much to our staff, particularly Joe Ayala and Jean Burrell, and of course Superintendent Wright, for just helping facilitate my travels so that I could stay connected to the school district and keep in touch with emails. And also I had the pleasure of watching Superintendent Wright's keynote speech at the orientation day from Amsterdam. So not too many people can say that, but it was really nice to be able to connect and just be a part of that. And even though I was so far away, so thank you to everybody who just helped facilitate that period of time for me. I did attend the back to school night for Hughes Elementary School and on Tuesday night, and it was for grades 1 through 5. And I have to say, I was so impressed with the reports that were given by the principal, Principal Lewis, and the PTA. It just seems like they have made some great strides over there at Hughes Elementary School. They are out of the 19 elementary schools, they are third, like in math scores, English. They talked about how their attendance rates are going up, and it's like all the numbers were going in the right direction. So I look forward to seeing how they progress through the year. And like I said, it was great just to be able to visit them and see how well they're doing.
Thank you. Trustee Canova.
I don't have that much to say, but the beam signing yesterday was wonderful, as it always is, so well organized, and it was just nice to see the representatives from different elected offices, which is great to see the plaques. Also, faces we haven't seen in a while. It was nice to see Stan Rose. That was really nice that he was there. Former board member Dr. Bendis was there. She signed the beam. And it was really nice to see Andy and Dr. Bendis reconnect. It really touched my heart to see that reconnection. But it was a great event. I enjoyed it. And just thanks to all the people who make that possible, because that kind of event doesn't come together and go off so well without a lot of advanced thinking and planning and a lot of connections. Getting those representatives to show up with plaques, that takes effort unto itself to get that done in advance. So I just really appreciate it.
So I'll just really be fast. Just congratulations again to Ponderosa for a great 60th anniversary celebration. It was a lot of fun. The beam signing yesterday was wonderful. As Trustee Canova said, it was great to see representatives from Rokana's office, Patrick Aaron's office, and Aisha Wahab's office to come and join us in our celebration for the new school. I know the teachers and staff there are super excited. So looking forward to the ribbon cutting next year. We had a really, I thought, very successful and productive governance retreat on Monday. That was Monday, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know what day it is anymore. That was good, and it's been a really good start to the school year. I'm hearing really great things about Yonder pouches, so congratulations to Mr. Stam and his staff for a successful rollout. I don't hear too many kids complaining about it. My kids have remembered them every day, so I haven't had to bring them in a panic, so I'm happy about that too. That's all I have. So before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just wanted to read that we are adjourning tonight's meeting in solemn honor of the victims of the tragedy in Minneapolis. The events of this week have left our nation and community unbelievably heartbroken for the victims and all who mourn their loss. Our thoughts are with the families, friends, and communities impacted by this senseless, horrific act. Can I please get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman.
Trustee Ryan has logged off, so we can just vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we are adjourned at 10:00.